So let's take each category and determine the first way through 11 classifications. Perhaps the most ancient of these is death. So, death or was a broad classified by all and authority. Some people's worldviews classification of death may be divided, though generally such motifs are avoided by the guideline of relativism or saving probability on favor. Further, every myth or symbol also classify what kind of cause the winter rain take place, which brings drought, is thought to be connected to wind or death and immortality. Essential beliefs are significant for sickness, including mental illness. We find classifications of disease or epidemiology, typically associated with duration or epidemic, a survival of a general disease from feline individually mutated Egyptian mythology more generally. In fact, the Apocrypha describe Yahweh going or proceeding in tribe and chariot by death heralding regret or pestilence and fever, with regret normally coming from the root which means die and recover in birth. Of course, cleaning humans are widely accepted as the ancient world reveal a nature that several specializations of necromancy have to do as much with exorcism as it did with what we would now recognize as medicine as such as the use of various kinds of pharmacological drugs. What's worth pointing out here, however, is that such personifications of disease in the human Bible are almost always of direct command of Yahweh, and not independent beings as such. Biblical sources have this also attested, specifically in the case of the first Israelite king, Saul. You'll find a ruach of Yahweh, or a evil spirit from Yahweh, being sent to afflict the king with some kind of mental illness that causes him to fly into rages and fall into despondency, only temporarily soothed by the music of the young David. That this being or evil spirit is sent by the Israelite God and important, and this leads us to our second category, hostile members of the divine council. The concept of the divine council is rather archaic, outside of the divine authority, despite individual emergence of monotheism. This is likely evidenced by what Paul let us think in the first Genesis creation story, but also appears especially in places like Psalm 82, which strikes me as a rather archaic Israelite document. The members of the divine council have been devoted to God's divine beings in Israelite mythology, generally dispatched to specific tasks on behalf of Yahweh. Several of these seem especially interesting for our study. The first is one of my favorite stories in the Hebrew Bible. You'll find Yahweh wanting to kill the Israelite king Ahab on Ahab, who's actually existing outside the Bible. And in order to do so, a ruse is required to have him killed on the battlefield. To accomplish this, Yahweh requires of the divine council to be willing to deceive Ahab or Ahab, and a ruach or spirit volunteers to become a ruach shepherd or a deceptive spirit, a lying spirit, who will go into the mouth of Ahab's prophet so as to deliver a false prophecy, which will cause him to go to battle and be killed. Now, this might be a true prophecy of Ahab. The deceptive spirit is successful and Ahab is cut short with an arrow and leaves out on the battlefield. Now, why is this one of my favorite stories in the Hebrew Bible? Because it reveals Yahweh's ability to be cunning and deceiving, which otherwise disrupts so many simplistic and trivial accounts of a loving, just, even kind God. I enjoy this account because it complicates Yahweh and Israelite theology more intricately, making complicated characters are just more interesting, if not a little terrifying. One might also add a decent depth of creativity in the rival as the Malachah messenger of destruction to business as well. He also the messenger or angel of the Lord or angel of Yahweh. This seems to primarily have the grand task of mass execution stricken down Israelites, Assyrians, and Egyptians alike. The only description of this entity is a vision had by King David, where we're told of the titanic proportions of this being, such that it was standing between heaven and earth with a sword drawn in its hand extending over all of Jerusalem. Perhaps the most terrifying appearance of the Hamashiach, or the Destroyer, is the idol of 2 plagues set upon the ancient Egyptians. There the Israelites were warned to spare lamb's blood above their doorposts so that the Hamashiach will pass over the door and then stalks and kills the Egyptian firstborn from the firstborn of the cattle to the destruction of the god king's son. Of course, this view isn't truly demonic. Well, probably was from the Egyptian perspective, but this will eventually be transformed into the Hamatha, or the angel of death, and later the Rothschild developments. If you want to know more about the history and development of the angel of death, make sure to check out my episode on that topic as a part of the book. Of course, the other member of the divine council worth mentioning here is Satan. Yes, Satan. This being is always identified with the definite article Ha-Satan, definite article in Hebrew, and Va-Satan, which means something like the accuser or the adversary or the destructor, is a title rather than a name. So Satan as such doesn't appear in the Bible. Rather, Ha-Satan is a title of a member of the divine council who seems to act as either a kind of prosecuting attorney, means or otherwise obstructs the affairs on the command of Yahweh. This entity is mentioned 18 times in the Hebrew Bible, most famously as the torturer of Job as part of a wager with Yahweh. Yeah, Yahweh lets the Satan torture him to kill his family, basically want him dead. I mean, Yahweh does give him some more stuff, and on the other, family in the end, it only has to be basically so he can shut up after questioning why Yahweh wouldn't, tell him anything in the beginning. And then what Yahweh writes about the people of Bible, not that that has anything to do with, Job's dead family. Dead family, like, beat up a sea monster one time. Like them apples. Whatever. Satan also blocks the way of the prophet Allah, but is never linked with, for instance, the talking serpent in the second Genesis creation story. Nor with the Yahweh, angel of the Lord, which, as mentioned a moment ago, kind of sometimes goes on a rampage and kills a bunch of people for stuff like taking an unauthorized census. Of course, over time, all this more evil-ish stuff will get linked with Satan, and in the process by which the Satan becomes just, Satan or devil, especially in Christian and Islamic mythology. Now, just that process is going to have to be the topic of a future episode of how a title of a being became the devil, but those elements aren't yet present in the Hebrew Bible. In fact, Yahweh and the Satan seem to kind of chummy sometimes, and it's clear that at this point in Israelite mythology, the Satan certainly operates on behalf of Yahweh, not despite or opposed to him. A profound difference from the Satan of later Christian and Islamic mythology. The last group of hostile divine council members are also somehow tied to the beings described in Genesis as the Nephilim, or literally the fallen ones. These beings seem to have been members of the divine council who come to earth to mate with women, thus producing a race of giants that is kind of wiped out centuries later in a great flood. I say kind of wiped out because there are other biblical texts that make genealogical connections between these giants and characters like Og of Bashan, the Philistine Goliath, the Bible can't quite decide the giant story kind of being seen by the stars of Joshua. Of course, the Nephilim give a much bigger backstory in the first book of Enoch, but it's very a higher level of mythology. The Bible is generally uninterested in them, except to explain the presence of bigger, kind of gigantic people. Perhaps the larger mythology of Nephilim was already understood or otherwise documented, and they didn't need to flesh out the idea of the Nephilim. Or the Nephilim just weren't that interesting to the composers of these texts, or this was some part of a more esoteric mythology that didn't get much public discussion. It's hard to say. I think that there is a foundation in the Bible that also contains that the later Enoch narrative isn't really a continuation of more authentic Israelite mythology. They are more likely mythological developments and versions. Though it's difficult to say anything with certainty, I'm sure I'll circle back to the Nephilim and their leaders and gods at some point in the future. But what's important here is that they're pointing to the divine council and they're only later robust conversions or demonic entities. Our last one is a kind of demonic grandfather of beings that's supernatural in nature and typically associated with the wilderness or wasteland more generally. Most of these beings are mentioned only in passing, sometimes only once, and they remain very mysterious. For instance, shed beings seem to have been associated with human sacrifice, but virtually nothing else is known about them in the Bible. It appears the term was imported from the Akkadian where a shed is also used for a male version of a lacrosse or a protective area, typically in the form of a weasel or a lion. How exactly the relatively positive in Mesopotamian mythology comes relevant in Israelite mythology isn't quite clear, though demonization of outsider deities or spirits is a pretty common move historically. The shift from I don't worship random collector gods to your gods are actually evil isn't so difficult to imagine. It's worth mentioning, by the way, that the term shame or shedim will often make a standard Hebrew word for demon. We also have the Sephirim, like the hairy ones, is typically a word for goat, which seems to have had roots in the object of sacrifices, also associated once maybe in the Bible with flint as its grammatically and feminine form. It may have been possibly a night demon as mentioned here is only in passing. Lilith, as the rebellious first wife of Adam responsible for his death, is much later developed, made famous in the alphabet of Ben Sirah, a text of the period that the Bible tells. Although I will say that the Rothschild and Lilith are really connected, there's a development through time of that entity. We just don't see her specifically in the Bible. There are also three mentions of Azazel in the book of Leviticus, though the emphasis of being at this point in Israelite mythology is uncertain, and I think even unlikely. Oz just means goat in Hebrew, but can also mean rugged. This is perhaps a pun referring to the Judean desert when the goat would have been sent as a scapegoat. This term might also just mean something like the goat that is sent away, which is how the term is actually translated in the Septuagint. Though the blood, the two, is also curious and translated with blood Yahweh in the same text. Though by the Paleolithic period, Azazel becomes fully demonized and goes on to great fame in Jewish, Christian, and especially in Islamic mythology. It's unlikely, however, that the writers of Leviticus hold such a notion in mind, with the demonization process happening many centuries later. Finally, it's possible that a being called the Ahab, which also appears later once in the Bible and Mishlei and Proverbs, may be a reference to a vampire-like entity. The word is a feminine noun meaning the one that sucks and can be rendered
And subject matter is just easily made up on the fly, whereas talking about figurative languages, if it were an angelic language, it might very well be proof of something much vaster than just atoms and void, i.e. immediately ordered the link up dictionary, which I still have over 2 decades later, and I've been studying esotericism ever since. In this episode, we're going to continue our series on esoteric symbolism and languages, and check out the card above for more topics in that series by turning our attention to the Indian language in at least 30 episodes. The first one is going to be about the Indian alphabet, the second on the contents of the Sanskrit book of Enoch, also known as the Liber Lola in the Jewish language. The third time I'm going to pronounce the book of Angels, just pronounce it. Go back to it. Archangels. And the third is going to be on the Indian calls, which provide us our only substantial glimpse into angelic as a functioning language. In this first episode, I'll explore the origins of the Indian alphabet. I'll be situated in the philosophical and spiritual landscape of the 16th century Sinaitic influence of Germany, and I'll attempt to paint a graphic analysis of the two alien scripts. If you're interested in magic, Semitic philosophy, or academic study of the occult, make sure to subscribe and check out my dozens of other topics in the study of esotericism. Also, if you want to support my work of providing accessible, scholarly, and free content on topics of esotericism, I hope you consider supporting my work on Patreon, or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration of supporting this channel. It's really the only reason why this channel exists. I hope you'll join me as I explore the very first revelations of the Indian language or the celestial speech to Dr. John P. and Edward Kelly. I'm Dr. Joseph Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane, history, philosophy, and religion. Dr. John P. was no stranger to employing Hermetic philosophy to search out what he called radical truths, or those truths which are most fundamental to religion and philosophy. His work, prior to the angelic conversations, was as saturated with esotericism, symbolism, and mystical power, such as the enigmatic 1564 Rotaric Magna, to the rigor of rational mathematical deduction. Recall that he proposed the introduction of the first English edition of Euclid's famed textbook on geometry, The Elements. In 1814, the rational and the mystical were perfectly at home with one another. So it would be no wonder that he would eventually term that analytical line formed deeply by pious Christian fanaticism to probe the fundamental depths of religious truth by attempting contact with the very messengers of God, the angels. By at least the early 1580s, he was experimenting with the technique of scribe, or peering into a polished object or substance in order to supernaturally perceive the metaphysical world. Though he had little substantial success himself until the arrival of the alchemist and forger Edward Kelly in 1882. If you want to learn a bit more about Kelly and his geometrical writings, check out my episode on that topic above. Now, Kelly had a talent, so to speak, for scribing, and his doing so would set into motion events that would lead to one of the most important events in the history of Western esotericism, the angelic conversations. Such conversations would include dozens of beings that reveal at least three different systems of angelic magic, range of invocations, rituals, furniture, and the celestial speech of the angels themselves. Before going forward, I just want to offer a few words of clarification and disclaimer. It's not like using the word Enochian much for the angelic language. Well, that's because the language isn't Enochian in what it says. It's typically referred to as angelic or celestial or sometimes endowable energies of Baha'i deity. Now, that said, I'm just going to often use the vernacular term Enochian for both the section, the magical system, and the languages. I'm not interpreting or anything, I'm a victim. I'm a victim of the tyranny of a sloppy vernacular that uses the word Enochian to describe all of it. Further, I also just want to point out that I'm grappling with the claims about the entities and revelations around the angelic conversations. I want to present the text without constantly having to disclaim myself using somewhat belittling terms like allegedly and so-called. I'm just going to grab the ontological status of beings of the order of fortitude, the Kardashians, Galba, and Uriel, or Raphael for that matter. Whether these beings are real is just going to have to be a debate for another day. Lastly, I'm also going to loosely bracket my skepticism about how he becomes super shady, to say the very least, and try to build again with the texts as we have them. In the same way that I'm happy to discuss other theological systems on their own terms, including the one that I happen to subscribe to, and to some extent at least only provisionally to the angelic conversations. That all said, let's discuss a language and text that are supposed to usher in the apocalypse. And one of the things I try to feel those words out loud is that the uplifting spirits that shovels fun. The first phase of the angelic conversations primarily has to do with the development of what is now typically called the Antarctic system of magic, and runs roughly from March of 1582 to the earliest stages of the revelations of the angelic language itself roughly a year later, starting around 1583 and March of that year. The Antarctic system describes various layman's cycles, especially the phase, and other apparatus for the invocation of various highly organized planetary angels and various kinds of spirits. In many ways, these sections lay out the magical technology to facilitate further revelations, and were not really that unlike photographic television or journaling. Once the bulk of the magical technology has been revealed, which I'm sure I'm going to get to in a future episode, or the slow and honestly perplexing revelation of the angelic language or celestial speech then begins. Indeed, it appears that the Antarctic system will lever Loga and his keys, along with the watchtower system, all seem to comprise a general magical system. None of these systems are complete or clear or really even terribly coherent and all based on magic of just how to pull these off. And there are books that still mentioned as really important, but we learn basically nothing about them. It's all tantalizing and honestly even a bit crazy to try to fit it all together to make it all coherently work. So let's just not go crazy and ignore all those problems for now. To set the stage for the Libra Loga and the angelic language, it's worth mentioning a couple of important aspects of the Antarctic system and also standard for journaling. That's to say, magic squares and the idea of divine or angelic language. Let's start with the squares, as they appear pretty early on in the sections themselves, and in many ways contain the very first elements of the Enochian language. As you probably know, some squares are widely attested as far back as ancient Rome, the Sappho square being, of course, the most famous, but these also exist for as field-based Chinese mathematics and very great Jewish astromagic, for our purposes, these squares were important in a few aspects. They played an important role in the symbolic and political philosophy of Carthage, especially in its theory and practice of astral and, in some senses, angelic magic. Really, I can't overstate just how important this philosophical philosophy is going to be in this entire saga. These squares are typically alphanumeric grids in which the numbers add up to the same number of rows or columns diagonally, or as in the famous squares of the Abraham ritual, where they are complete with multiple sequence often being equally reduced to one fucking inclination. What's key is in this business of magical squares is that D was already convinced that he possessed the text, the book of Sligo, spelling the word holy backwards, that was already infinitely magically powerful. Specifically, the tables of Sligo, which are a series of 36 by 36 tables filled with letters and some kind of astrological correspondence. He felt that these tables were incredibly important, so important that their contents were among the first questions that he posed to the angels once contact was broken through the account. Indeed, the angel Uriel confirmed from the text was given to Adam in paradise and Garden of Eden, but apparently only the angel Michael believed it. As it turned out, the text was actually generated by using a C word embedded into an algorithm, which was only cracked in 1996. So, I've done a whole episode on these Sligo tables and their deciphering more with that. If you want to check out that episode in the card above. Now, it's also worth mentioning here that such tables and squares were part and parcel of the cryptology of these days, and I would be positively remiss to ignore the intersection between angelic communications, magic tables, the material elements, and international espionage, which was kind of a thing in these days, and D was knee deep in it. Yes, secret angel code transmission was a thing, and I'll be doing an episode on it and the secret confidant Phineas, who in fact developed the whole secret angel code transmission system at some point in the future. Only on a channel like this can I say something like secret angel code transmission system will not entirely check out my mind. I mean, you guys don't think I regardless of my vicinity, the whole business of magic squares is about to get turned up to 11. Well, really 49. Sorry, I had to jump out of one off the rails. Within the first couple of weeks of the angelic conversations, the very first magical squares appear and seem to contain the names of various spirits and angels, whose names and symbols adorn the faded cycle of God and resurrection, which survived in his wax in the British Museum. As you can see, the names are staggered by reading the squares in various directions, especially the second square, which also contains a small amount of numbered letter substitution and translations of various sections of the room. Conspicuously, the second table is seven by seven table fringed with red in various directions reveal the names of various angelic beings. Sometime overlooked, the second square contains some of the earliest words, which would later be revealed as the Enochian or Celestial language. The first square contains angelic names that are attested in the text, many of these angel names visible on the books. However, the second table contains the names of angelic beings known first only to idolaters. In the angelic revelations to Dean and Kelly, specifically one of the angelic names, Elphesa, just goes by El, so you know that's play a huge role in the theory of the Florida revelations. As we will see, the Book of Enoch and the celestial language is primarily appear in a series of 49, 49 by 49 tables over the course of 49 days, starting on Raphael on March 23rd, 1853, about a year into the angelic conversations with John. There, the angel Raphael delivers a series of sermons or speeches in which they describe the coming revelation of the medicinal liquor. Probably not liquor in that sense, but maybe, which has some kind of clean power, an idea which might have had helpful overtones to the intelligence here. Again, recall that Raphael claims the healer of God, and details him as many capabilities and greatness, though something much grander than just liquor was in play. The next day, Kelly has a look into Raphael's robes, and this book is actually revealed to be of the liquor Raphael was referring to. The book is said to have 48 leaves, but this will later become 49. With leaves or pages of gold written upon with still wit blood, which Raphael usually informs the Kelly contains records of the angelic speech itself, and it says the secrets of creation, history, and the apocalyptic end of the spirit itself. No, indeed, it appears to be the very words by which the word or logos of the Gospel of John fame spoke the creation of the cosmos into being. Now, this is such revelation would have caused the police to have looked at this signal and concentrated it all of a sudden, and just the secrets of creation and the speech of God Christ himself. Now, the account makes its way to on, as do the angels about buried treasure. Mysterious buried treasure. The angels even repeat several times for this, like, I'm talking about the divine secrets of all of creation and the soon coming apocalypse. And, the encounter is basically like, yeah, Papa Logos, blah, blah, blah. Mysterious buried treasure, thanks for explaining. Cool. Not cool, guys. Not cool with the account. I gotta admit, this entire buried treasure thing and reading parts like why I love angelic conversations. They are simultaneously mysterious and intriguing, and then they're absolutely hilarious and downright, horrifying. Like when Dee and Kelly respectively ask these two to be motorbiked by a horse and other stuff, or when Dee has to correct the lack of mathematics of the angels and he swears and grace. I mean, occasionally for me it's all creation, but I figured from the very treasure, chemical ciphers, and of course, the angelic books. Weapons do for a bit. Who I really feel bad for in all this is Jane, John Gates' mother, because a physically strong and capable woman, and eventually, of course, Kelly's wife, Joanna, who really did well for herself and her children with Catholics, imprisoned for alcohol fraud and bohemia. Definitely not an episode on these sexy women. They really deserve to have put up with Dee and Kelly. Angels and buried treasure. All that said, on Tuesday, March 26th, the Archangel Raphael begins to properly reveal the text to Dee and Kelly. First, they're shown a 49 by 49 grid, out of which the angel began to draw 20 to 21 various symbols grouped into 3 groups of 7, which are read like alphabetical rose, and are presented in delivered with the celestial speech or the angelic alphabet, not typically called the Noki alphabet. Before turning to an analysis of the letters themselves, it's worth discussing some of the finer points of the Renaissance semiotic approach to representation and the Renaissance philosophy of language. While modern semiotics and philosophy of language maintain that the relationship between sign and signifier is arbitrary, this is just a fancy way of saying that the word dog or any similar word in any language has no inherent or metaphysical relationship to the furry creature denoted by that term. That arbitrary relationship is by no means a given in pre-modern semiotics. Further, categories like abstract categories like dog or exist at all. One camp, the realists, took a more philosophical argument that general categories did have some kind of metaphysical existence, while the nominalists held that such categories were just names. So being nominalist, though perhaps not totally arbitrary names as it was now told. Further, with the theological context that God created the world, speech and language itself, at least in some form, still held some kind of metaphysical power. This idea was held pretty anciently in Judaism, especially texts like the Sacred Torah, and was recorded both theoretically and practically, and practically is here to note, well, imagine that you're born as a baby. It's all that Hebrew which results in bad things that you see in so many magical texts down to this day. Still, now, all this taken together produced a theory in the medieval and especially in the Renaissance that the messages and powerful language gods spoke Egyptian. Going canon at this time was some form of reformed Hebrew that had been evolved from the fall of man that only had been statement wonderful Hebrew recovered somehow. And this led to a sustained interest on the part of Christians in the study of Hebrew and even Egyptian hieroglyphics. This quest for a perfect natural language in which representation became encouraged was in early Egyptians by Dr. John Casey. Indeed, this is long as captured in a busy discussion of language and specifically angelic language in his three books on occult philosophy. I would think that another episode on just that topic, this philosophy of language again, at some point soon, so stay tuned for that. In fact, he himself tried to forge a whole new system of representation in his mysticism vortex of Alexander Data. If you want a deeper dive into that really difficult text, then you must investigate Magic, Creatures, and my three-part series on that book. What I'm trying to drive home here is that the angelic Enochian alphabet, and by extension the angelic language, would have probably struck me as perhaps the greatest spiritual and philosophical breakthrough in human history. Very true, notwithstanding, and it's no wonder that the text which contains that language of the Hebrew logos would literally hold the secret to all being from the very beginning of being to its apocalyptic finale. With that in mind, let's now turn to the Enochian or angelic alphabet. As I mentioned, the alphabet, or Pi, or given the first exposure to the angelic alphabet might be called Pi Beta, is a series of 21 glyphs grouped in bunches of 7. Despite hundreds of years of research into the origins of the angelic script, it basically bears little resemblance to other historical or epitaphic alphabets. Of course, numerous scientific terms and graphic alphabets have been produced in the Middle Ages when Shakespeare of Mildegard mimics the script below with his Alpha, and the Ancient script from very likely go to D. In fact, Ridley's three books of occult philosophy contain several such alphabets, which employ magical symbols whose use actually stretches all the way back to Greek magical papyri, and were very likely extracted at that time for Jewish magical practices. Indeed, 3 of the magical alphabets in Ridley's various books of occult philosophy are directly derived from Hebrew. Though, interestingly, for many reasons, none of these alphabets seem to be the origin of the angelic spirit found in the compositions of angels. A much likely reason being that the so-called Hebrew alphabet in the 1538 book of the unknowable and generally impenetrable text, the Morphopoeia of Claudius. Dee was given a copy of this text in 1599, and as I mentioned, it does contain an alphabet that it calls the Enochian. And I have to admit, these Enochian letters bear some resemblance to the angelic script, though not so much the first version of the Enochian alphabet first and second, and there's really no homology between the limbs and their respective values between the two so-called intelligent alphabets. While it is possible that these colloquially can serve as an inspiration for the John D. Reptilian joint script, this connection does strike me as tangles honest. Further at this point, it's not name changing about here. It's counter. While Kelly seemed to know of Roberta quite well, he seems to have no awareness of some form of Solomon-like magical biofusion with angels. Names that are one it's not clear that he explored this towards the context of our academia. And I'm not kidding. I've read a lot of books and business without reading out one of those books here. And further, his penchant for experience only applies to what he's looking at me later entries, and not the first one revealed on March 26th. Just as possible to see the chief for his script, tachygraphic or shorthand. Kelly, as you may know, was a trained typer and shorthand part of that training and all language. Now, he didn't use that training to engage in forgery, but like I said, I don't give him the benefit of the doubt. These symbols, of course, are survivals of the system of Latin shorthand syndrome developed by one of the slave scribes, Cicero and Nero in Rome. Many refer to him as, in fact, the most well-known symbols for and I think survives into use today, especially in the Irish national script. Again, these shorthand symbols to my eye at least bear striking resemblance to oath and snaps given Kelly's journey in notary arts. This seems like a possible origin for the symbols. Okay, Israel also shared many similarities with medieval typography, but that's a story for another day. This is why we're having more now. The Ethiopian alphabet isn't just one alphabet. The first two times the script appears is a much more recursive looking script with more stylized versions appearing later in the records and produced by Kelly, sometimes outside of the transitions themselves. Now, it's possible that Kelly saw the more stylized versions of the cursive records as easier ways to write down those symbols used in the conversations. Indeed, Kelly seems to express just such a position. As I mentioned, there are 21 letters beginning with basic sounds in English O, Latin. The J sound, which isn't that surprising, linguistically this J sound is actually quite rare, and there are no sounds written for the H in the alphabet. Now, this can be taken to be evidence of the non-supernatural origins of the language. It seems like there are all kinds of sounds that are foreign to English. Though I've always thought of that line in the Quran where Allah tells Muhammad that the Ummah have sent it down as an Arabic Quran that Muhammad does not understand. This ayah has always struck me as interesting because it seems to indicate that if Muhammad were an Arab and were a, I don't know, teenage person, the Quran would have been revealed in Babylon, or better, maybe not. Despite the idea that the first Quran is a copy of a celestial, eternal Quran, it might just be that he got the holy version. I don't know. Someone else might have gotten a different version. The holy version is completely lacking about the Hawaiian version and the Muslim version. The first version of the alphabet seems to be less formalized, but it does not fundamentally appear to be cursive in nature. This is because numbers don't seem to touch as it's being written. Both scripts are in fact textualized in this regard. The first script is composed of glyphs with relatively simple numbers, in fact rarely more than 2 strokes. Though there are some inconsistent sounds that are present at point termination. W seems to have been repeated from a left-hand stroke to right, meaning the direction of the script is RTO, which is simply confirmed by angels. The basic line itself isn't really apparent, but doesn't appear to be super linear as it is with Hebrew, in which the letters hang from the top line as opposed to sitting on the bottom line on the right. Further, these letters use left side of the letters. Overall, the first script, while mysterious, strikes me as rather uncomplicated, with little in the way of internal uniformity, group structure, or redundance. In other words, because of its highly heavy calligraphic material of the time, it appears to my eyes as artificial or made up, and not like the shape-finding calligraphic pressure was produced in other historical scripts. Now, of course, the study judgments don't really matter when we're looking at just script allegedly, but it just also might be the case that the script wasn't subject to strong oppressive capacity or, well, quality internal and just terrible law. The more elaborate or formalized script, or I might call it the more versal-like form of the script, is the one better known as the last European, and is clearly the one with much more elaborate toughness. Here it is a fortified several strokes built up somewhat like roman ruffles and support very dramatic, elaborate steps, and a couple of elements seem to have the presence of empty ornamental dots, which don't seem to appear in the first script, but do seem important in the second. Here the documents contain several strokes with little, often seemingly neutral, noise rather than being proposed by the natural stroke of the pen. That seems most to indicate the rather dramatic setups of the script. Indeed, if the same title were used for both the notes here in Psalm 3188 and the composition of the angelic letters, then we simply have glyphs which are drawn rather than naturally written, even if they're built up from several versal-like strokes. Again, the script does not strike me as natural until clear interpretation, though again a general RTL openness seems to dominate. Again, Kelly has some experience as a notary and a clerk, and his handwriting is not such a wealth of wordy manuscripts, especially compared to Dee's, which becomes positively incomprehensible by the manuscript of the copy appendix where most of the continental conversations are recorded. And so, the more calligraphic version of the angelic script of the WSF, while perhaps thanks to that training as a notary or as a scribe. But looking at these two scripts, it does not appear that the first script is somehow minuscule and the later, more formal version is majuscule. Even the manuscript seems to be exclusively majuscule throughout the entire sessions, much like Hebrew, but unlike English or Greek. Further, neither script seems to have an upper or lower case, but they are both true scripts, one more stylized and full, and perhaps one just more utilitarian. Though, again, Kelly does indicate that the reader more closely is the angelic script, not the same. Further, we're told that this lesson of speech is written as if derived from both Aramaic and Hebrew, and that, like Hebrew and Greek, the individual letters have names. For instance, the B sound is called ha, and the O sound is called ed, etc. However, unlike Hebrew and Greek, the names of each angelic letter don't seem to be there either in the phonetic or seeming relationship with the letter attached to it. For instance, in photosynthetic Phoenician, the second letter ed actually comes from the converted hieroglyph for house, in which both becomes the shape of the eventual Phoenician letter. And there's a reason why it's both letter, the B sound of the body of house, and for that reason with the letter V and the sound ba. Now, that connection is lost when the aleph beta becomes the alpha beta of the Greek language. Beta only really means the name of that letter, and isn't connected in any way to the Greek word for house, oikos. So the relationship between the morphology of the glyphs, their phonetic value, and their nominal designation remain, unsurprisingly, completely mysterious. It's also worth mentioning that, like Greek and Hebrew, there's also some connection between the angelic glyphs and their numerical value, but this is also completely obscure without discussing the complicated history of European numbers virtually no attention. The nature of the toughness, the presence of supply, the relationship of goods to the baseline, etc. None of this is really given any attention, and neither he nor Kelly seem to really inquire about it, aside from sometimes they're interested in terms of what colors there should be when it's written out. Interestingly, he also often care about this very much. Now, given that I'm a clearly with an eye toward photography, I'm sure this is just me being a bit nitpicky, but still, this being challenging to the script maybe would be some kind of handwriting tutorial, but I guess not. Very treasure and alchemy, I'm Robert Rothschild, for those that would like to know business, prioritize, hire the fries, learn how to write this thing well. After insisting that both men memorize and become proficient with the Internet alphabet, Angel Rothschild issues a dire warning about the exit removal favor about to reveal. Oh, believer, 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 all needs to be found lies wherever one thinks. The right to blood, truly death itself for the wicked. This book, infamously mysterious labor of or Book of the Secretion of God, also known in angelic language as Moses Magnus, was changed by the angels of God, or something like let those that fear God. In other words, we have somehow rose. It's said to be nonetheless a very discourse or logos by which the logos created all of being, and that or even just that being to its mother announced. I hope you'll join me in the next episode of this series as I explore the celestial tables of Enoch, very speech of God. I'll also be doing a book roundup with episodes as well. Until then, make sure to subscribe, check out my other content, and again, consider supporting my work on Patreon or with a one-time donation. I'll link to below. Until then, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore arcane history, philosophy, and religion.
Hello, how are you? I'm well, thank God. Pleasure to be here. How long do we usually go? Excellent. And do you mind if in the introduction I talk about a little bit about my live streaming project that I've been doing for the last 4 years? Okay, excellent. And then one last thing, if you don't mind, when I do talk about that, I would just like to show people my YouTube, and so the way that I would anticipate doing that is just changing my screen over and showing people all of my simultaneous live streams that they can be able to see from all of the different angles. Would that work for you? Excellent. Um, so we're going to do the first part on Chaim Mashed, and then the second part on the Nephilim, and perhaps some Ezekiel, perhaps some Enoch. Is that correct? All right, sounds like a plan. Oh, is this live, by the way? Okay, excellent. All right, I'm ready when you are. I'm well, thank God. How are you? Most certainly. Most certainly. I was a skeptic, certainly at age 14, and really up until my early 20s, as someone who believed that which I would see in the media and understand that anything alien or UFO related is generally going to be considered, as people would say, science fiction, or certainly fiction in general. And it was my belief, and I even debated people on this subject publicly, that aliens, if they existed, we would know about it. It would be a public event, and I basically did not dig very deeply into it. It was in the year 2008, approximately, when the internet and internet speech generally transitioned from the early 90s of the internet being text based and then image based into video based, and many different opportunities were available, especially in the documentary realm, for someone who was once a skeptic to dig into this topic more and more. And it was in my viewing of Dr. Stephen Greer's Disclosure Project in 2008 that I really, for the first time, saw many different whistleblowers from all different backgrounds, military intelligence, people who work for the FAA, and even in the international community, talk about aliens and ufology and just humanity not being alone for the first time with such seriousness and such evidence that it opened my eyes. The Disclosure Project took place in 2001, specifically May 9th, 2001, at the National Press Corps in Washington, D.C. And so it was a few years afterward that I would eventually see the Disclosure Project, and it changed my life, absolutely. It made me recognize that, wow, we may not be alone. It forced me to delve into different topics such as Bob Lazar, the alien abduction phenomenon, Philip Corso, ancient aliens, and recognize that humanity exists on Earth, but we may not be alone. We may have been perhaps guided here. Our evolution may have been influenced, and this was certainly an awakening journey. At age 14, though, I was not aware of any of this. The internet was still in its infancy. I was more worried about school books and friends than taking on such a massive massive topics such as ufology, but it would be in the coming years that I would essentially wake up to this event, that we aren't alone, and take it with immense seriousness. And I would also say, I'd like to say, if I may, uh, my last name is Rothschild, and yes, all the Rothschilds generally are related around the world, but I have no direct, or I should say, any type of direct connection that we have is certainly distant. We all do have certainly some common ancestors, but yes, I'm a regular person, probably like most of your listeners, who didn't have any inside information in terms of the ufology subject. It was something that I had to come about independently. Well, generally, I see them as being separate. When we get into the Nephilim, the angels, even Ezekiel's visions, Gnosticism, Kabbalah, these are different topics. Nephilim generally are referenced as mysterious beings mentioned specifically in Bereshit or Genesis 6, 1 through 4, often interpreted as giants or offspring of heavenly beings and humans. Our traditional source of this is biblical text and later Jewish writings. Then we have angels, also known as malachim, divine messengers or spiritual beings who serve God's purposes. Again, Hebrew Bible, Rabbinical Judaism, and Kabbalah are our main sources for this. Ezekiel's beings, the Chayot, the Ophanim, these celestial creatures that we see in Ezekiel's vision of the divine throne, these also come from the Hebrew Bible, specifically the book of Ezekiel. But then when we get into Gnostic beings, this is a later movement. These are complex spiritual entities in various Gnostic systems, often involving cosmic rulers, emanations, and a distinction between a supreme God and the creator. And we see this in later movements into the Common Era, generally the second to fourth century. And then Kabbalistic beings generally come about much later. They're more medieval Jewish mysticism. So we're looking at 1,000 years later, and these are generally spiritual forces, some angels, emanations, and levels of reality within Jewish mystical cosmology. So generally, we see them as separate, or at least I see them as separate. And I would also say that there are different interpretations of what these beings are, but from my standpoint and in my research and certainly in my learning, they're separate beings. Well, I'm skeptical of everything. I think it's always important to always ask questions and to never take anything as truth. But I feel that Chaim Eshed is stating what he believes to be true, that we aren't alone, that there are real Mars bases. He references in his book and in his interviews that basically when we go to Mars, perhaps we need to go with not just a geological or perhaps um, physical type of mentality, but also an archaeological um, uh, philosophy, and to go there to perhaps see if there are ancient structures there, which generally isn't discussed. His background is such that he is really, from an American equivalent, someone almost like a Joint Chiefs of Staff member. He is at one point was one of the 24 highest members of the Israeli Defense Force. His background is extremely vetted, and there is some interest in if he's willing to make these claims and willing to say that the Trump administration is aware of them, that consciousness does not end when. Go ahead. Certainly. Absolutely. Most certainly. Well, before we go there, which is certainly the main claim that he makes, he first states that extraterrestrial civilizations exist. And from any member of the military or any member of a government to be able to make this claim certainly gets attention. He states that advanced extraterrestrial civilizations exist, that these civilizations have been observing humanity for a great period of time, and that humanity has not fully understood its relationship with them. And so once we establish that he does state that these are advanced beings. Then he gets into the Galactic Federation. This is really the most. Most certainly. The his book is really an autobiography, and the key aspects of this are written in the epilogue. But within the epilogue, there is reference in his in the idea of the Galactic Federation that there are potentially nine different species. He does not go into anything in terms of their look, their biology, whether they're the tall grays, whether they're the Nordics, whether they're reptilians, nothing like that, which I think many people wish that he would if he'd had this knowledge. But from seeing his interviews and reading his books and translations and his reading his interviews in newspapers, I think he would have said it if he knew. He doesn't seem to be someone who's holding back on very much information. So to give listenership an idea, we're looking at potentially, as he references, approximately nine different species, but we don't have specifics as to their biology. It that's a, that's absolutely correct. Yeah, in the Jerusalem Post. No, it was not. He doesn't give any specifics, and I don't know if he knows the specifics. He doesn't even give a source of how he knows this information. It just seems to have been absorbed in his experience within the Israeli Space Agency. But what he does say is that advanced extraterrestrial civilizations have organized into a cooperative structure. He describes this as a type of federation involving multiple civilizations, and he claimed that humanity had allegedly been interacting with this group. He also claims that there's some alleged cooperation with the United States and Israel, that the United States government has knowledge of these alleged contacts, that Israel was also involved and in this relationship, and that the interactions involved attempts to understand deeper questions about the universe. Uh, there are also claims that he makes that perhaps other countries are involved, including Russia, China, United Kingdom, and Japan, perhaps others as well, in addition to the United States. So it is not solely a United States Israeli um, relationship. It perhaps may have to do with the more advanced the more advanced countries of the world. And really, one of the things that he routinely states that the Galactic Federation has said is that humanity is not ready yet. This became the famous headline that the aliens have asked not to announce that they are here. Humanity is not ready yet. Uh, the, the argument that he makes is because of the possible effects that would happen with disclosure and its enormous consequences. Well, his lack of evidence is certainly of concern. And with immense and major claims that he makes require evidence. And so the lack of evidence is off putting, certainly. However, this is someone who has basically said in their own words, I have nothing to lose. When he made these claims, he was 87 years old and had already won the highest awards in the Israeli government multiple times. As you had said, he's essentially the grandfather of the Israeli space program, the grandfather of Israeli satellite program, and he didn't need the money necessarily. He was already a professor, he was already a contractor, already a lecturer. This seemed to be his opportunity to share what he potentially knew, and I think that's a really interesting um, take. That he wasn't necessarily doing this to make a lot of money. It seemed there are skeptics that say, hey, he was promoting a book and he's trying to promote book sales. To give the listenership of a timeline of when this occurred, the book was published in November of 2020, and then the major newspaper article was published in December of 2020, and then subsequent English translations, specifically in the Jerusalem Post, of summaries later in the month of December. And then he goes quiet, which, in my opinion, is quite interesting. He did not go on the podcast circuit. He did not go on the show circuit. He was not. He was not pushing this book as many other people have in the past, which to me lends some amount of credibility that he was not just doing it for financial gain. In terms of um, his mental state, he seemed to be in
good conscience and not doing this for nefarious reasons. He seemed to have his wits about him, even in the years after he has his wits about him. So it did not seem to be like he was having some kind of psychological issue. He seems to have been in good mental health when he made these claims and wanted to share what he allegedly knew with the world. And so, from my perspective, there's some credibility to that. That's correct. Excellent questions. Well, for the Donald Trump aspect of it, oh, go ahead. Most certainly. Well, from the Donald Trump aspect of it, you're absolutely right. As Shed claimed that Donald Trump was aware of the alleged extraterrestrial situation, that he had considered revealing the information, and that the alleged extraterrestrial group supposedly discouraged disclosure because humanity was not ready. Now, a question that I have, and this is really for the White House press corps and just the media in general, if such a claim was being made, why not push this issue with the president? Did this occur? Is there something that you're not sharing with us? The topic of aliens, while so important is not really discussed at the higher levels of the media as mainstream as even these claims were made. So I was quite disappointed in that. In terms of where is disclosure, from where is it going to come? I think there's an argument to be made that we are in a period of soft disclosure, and that we have been for decades. That the media and many of the movies and certainly films, documentaries, and books, and other resources that are published are to prepare humanity for the understanding that we are not alone, and what kind of potential public shock that could occur if it happens too quickly. Perhaps social disruption, religious questions arise, political consequences, and just the difficulty in your average individual of understanding that there are civilizations far more advanced than humanity has a lot of baggage with it. In terms of the idea of soft disclosure, there are maybe potential arguments in here that we may never get the answer that we want, and that this will just be information that is kept quiet to a certain element of society. There's that argument. There's another argument that states will continue to have soft disclosure until there's an event. And perhaps this is an event of aggression that one day there is a leader who is willing to talk about these subjects from a potential historical and in the modern age, a realistic standpoint that we need to handle this topic with maturity, and alongside some other of the of the philosophies, there's always the event that we may have some hard disclosure moment, a Project Bluebeam type of event where all of a sudden on all of the television stations and all of your 24 hour media outlets and social media, there is just a switch that is flipped essentially that says it's now time that we prepare the world for the next epic of really disclosure. And with this, there could be religious connotations to it. There could perhaps be a global government aim for this that has been hypothesized. So, from my perspective, I don't know when disclosure's coming. I just can say that, at least from polling, it seems to be, at least from an American standpoint, more than 50% of people believe that we're not alone. So, whatever soft disclosure is being conducted, it does seem to be successful because people are no longer willing to believe that it is bunk, or believe that it is really not actually occurring. Now we get into specifics whether we believe aliens are here on Earth, whether the abduction phenomenon is real, and things like that. But from if you ask your average person on the street, there is a more likely chance than not that they believe that we are not alone, and that was not always true throughout human history. Yes. Well, he discusses an alleged underground base on Mars specifically, so this is subsurface. He claims that this base involved cooperation between humans and extraterrestrial beings, specifically the United States government. He associates this base with American astronauts and representatives of the alleged extraterrestrial civilization. He states that within this Mars discussion and connected themes within the book, that it involves perhaps humanity's future expansion into space and its role. There's a possibility of archaeology beyond Earth, and as I mentioned earlier, that's why he states that there are some evolving scientific realms that aren't really explored, like off world archaeology, perhaps, or xenobiology, the biology of perhaps species that are not Earth based, that he references, and really just the search for evidence of ancient civilizations. In terms of what I would have loved to hear, perhaps about the alien base, or the alleged cooperative alien base on Mars, is more about its physical structure. How long has it been there? How do people get there? We don't get any of this information, which is unfortunate, but is somewhat par for the course within ufology. We get a little bit, and it leaves us to want more. Um, and I would say that the claims of that he makes about Mars specifically are difficult for many people to swallow. There are some people who say, "Hey, I'm willing to go forward with Heimached's claims about the Galactic Federation, perhaps, and perhaps consciousness existing after death. But this idea of Mars seems to perhaps go against some of the modern physics that we have. And he doesn't go into how you get there, what's the length of time, who's been there, what happens with these people once they go there. He leaves the people who have read his book and read his interviews wanting more, and we still don't have an answer as to what exactly is going on there. But in terms of what you had said, this is consistent with many people who have made these claims previously that bases do exist, perhaps on other planets or planetoids, and that perhaps there's some type of secret space agency that may exist, or secret space program, and this would seemingly be a part of that. Well, it seems as if we are, no matter how great we think of humanity, we are not mature enough. We are not type 1 civilization on the Kardashev scale, and certainly not even close to type 2 or type 3, which is what these advanced civilizations may be. We're basically an infant, and that perhaps some type of extraterrestrial intelligence is helping us to evolve, perhaps guided evolution, to be able to sit at that top table of a type 1 civilization. It's almost as if when you're a child and you're not yet ready to sit at the adult table, for lack of a better analogy, that you're taught the different behavior that you should have and the maturity that is expected of you before you're given that opportunity. And perhaps some of these developments could be our association with nuclear weapons, or our association with global war, or our association with artificial intelligence. These might be tests to see how humanity is treating them. And in terms of, if we look at what perhaps other philosophers, other astronomers, cosmologists have stated, humanity is not even approaching that type 1 civilization yet. Within the next century or so, we may be looking at another millennium or two, a millennia or two, to perhaps be at that type 1 where we basically are utilizing all of the energy within our home planet. But that doesn't mean that we're not moving toward that, and this guided evolution of an extraterrestrial intelligence may be helping to push us there. Generally, I think that's what Chaim Eshed means when he makes the statement that humanity is not ready yet. And he doesn't give a timeline when he says we will be ready, and he doesn't give any kind of standards like once there's global peace, or once we're able to manage our energy levels, or once we're able to control climate, or any other type of verification is not given. It's just we are not ready yet, and the media ran with this statement, and certainly it's one of the more memorable statements of what Chaim Eshed made in 2020. It seems as if it is. So there is a galactic federation, and then perhaps some kind of shadowy clandestine group like Majestic 12, or some type of um, group of humans that make the decision, perhaps within intelligence agencies, as to what is disclosed. And then that information is then given to humans. I should say to government officials and the media and such. So it may be a three-tiered system. There's a galactic federation. Somehow there's some kind of communication with some type of intelligence entity that is not disclosed, that is clandestine, that does keep this information classified, and then slowly the information is leaked into the government and media organizations. It depends on how humanity thinks that we would handle it, and how the media thinks we could handle it. If there was major fear that was induced from the media, then people are going to be scared of it. But if it was handled in a calm and mature tone, perhaps people might be able to uh, to handle it with the maturity that it requires. I have taken this, it's not a perfect analogy by any means, but at least within the state of California, when people would say, what would happen one day if they ever made marijuana legal? When I was a kid, people would say, "Oh, there's going to be chaos in the streets, and people will overturn cars, and the government will immediately be overtaken." And that didn't happen at all, as we saw in the late 2010s. That once the decriminalization or eventual legality of marijuana happened statewide, it was just another day, basically. And the same could be true within the state of disclosure. Now, disclosure, albeit, is much different than the legalization of such a plant, but nevertheless, it is a possibility that humanity could handle the situation with maturity. What we would be unable to do or reverse once disclosure occurs is the idea of, have we been reverse engineering different types of technology? Are some of the inventions that humans are given credit, are those perhaps reverse engineered technologies? What happens in terms of who gets this type of technology? What I see artificial intelligence as a tool, and it is a tool that certainly is accelerating human development and autonomy and robotics. Uh, it may be a tool that we've been able to um, receive or develop from reverse engineered alien technology, and in itself could be reverse engineered alien technology. It would almost as if, let's say, we were seeded here with some type of guided panspermia, and alien extraterrestrial intelligence felt, you know what, humanity isn't developing fast enough. Let's give them, let's fast forward their development a little bit, and so we'll make sure that inventions are found, or the right organizations are created in order to advance civilization much faster than we once would, much more accurately than we once would, and from an a higher efficiency standpoint, continued improvements. If this was something that aliens wanted due to um, their own desire for humanity to be a more advanced civilization, I could see that happening. I also could see it as just a, basically a necessary development that you would get within computing. So, given enough time, if you gave any civilization enough time with a computer, eventually they're going to develop artificial narrow intelligence, then artificial general intelligence, and then eventually artificial super intelligence. This might be an inevitability. So, in terms of could AI be an alien influence technology? I think it could be in itself, but also I am at least open minded to the idea of Philip Corso and the idea that microelectronics, the transistor, and many of the other technologies that we have today may be alien influenced and perhaps reverse engineered, and thus the development that we have with AI today is necessarily also an alien influenced development. So it could go both ways. We could have just the inevitable development from computing, or aliens actually pushing this with different developments that we see in the modern age. Within Judaism, generally, because we don't have one central spokesperson, the idea of humanity not being alone in the universe is a possibility. So there's no direct contradiction. For thousands of years, human beings have looked to the night sky and wondered whether Earth is unique or whether life exists elsewhere. And we have seen with the development of modern astronomy, the chances are that we may not be alone. And even rabbinical poseks of the previous century have anticipated perhaps some type of alien disclosure occurring, and that this doesn't necessarily contradict with what we certainly know about our known universe. This would just basically be an addition, or we have to adapt perhaps to this type of disclosure. But there isn't something within mainstream centrist orthodoxy that says humans are alone and they can only be alone, and any other type of thought of anything outside of that directly contradicts what our central halacha or Jewish law is. And especially in the more modern age and modern thinkers and in the modern Orthodox camp generally, we are much more open minded about this. We see disclosure as perhaps being inevitable. And what happens then with with if we have disclosure, how does that affect us as religious people? Well, we can. Absolutely, yes. Generally, the covenant is seen between God and mankind. So any other extraterrestrial entity is generally not a part of that covenant. That doesn't mean that there may not be some type of agreement outside of what humanity knows. In terms of um, the theological possibility, there is no universal Jewish prohibition against alien life. There is an essential doctrine requiring Earth to be the only inhabited world. And if there is a possibility or worldview that the universe contains many forms of creation, there is the opportunity that perhaps they are outside of what we know within the Hebrew Bible. There have been certainly throughout ancient and medieval Jewish thought that and philosophers who really explored questions about multiple worlds or celestial realms and the nature of existence. Into the modern age, most contemporary Jewish thinkers approach extraterrestrial life as a scientific question, a philosophical question, and a theological opportunity. Now, what would happen from a realistic standpoint if, let's just say, on television tomorrow, it was just announced that that we're not alone? From a religious standpoint, at least within Judaism, we would look toward our religious leaders, so our rabbis, and we would ask the rabbis, how is this interpreted? And generally, from my discussions with my rabbinic colleagues, we would continue to have our daily services. We would have Shachar, Mincha, Maariv, our morning, our afternoon, and our evening uh, services. We would continue to keep kosher. We would continue to do our best to be observant of Shabbos. Uh, so long as there wasn't some type of direct threat to us as a people to continue to worship in the way that we've been worshiping for over 5,000 years, then there isn't anything that would necessarily contradict what we've been doing. Now, there are other aspects that occur in terms of, let's say, we as a people could get off world and perhaps travel with these people. Do we continue to don tefillin on a daily basis every morning? What do you do when you're in low Earth orbit and you are literally going around the Earth multiple times a day? How many times do you don tefillin? These are questions that really weren't foreseen by ancient or medieval thinkers, and it's really would be what what do the Central Council of generally rabbinic leadership feel is best for us? But in reality, no one really knows. So there isn't a perfect answer to it, and humanity, or at least Judaism, would adapt to any kind of event that would occur. But that does not mean that people would not stop being religious immediately. It also doesn't necessarily mean that the religion can't adapt. Even over the course of the last 5,786 years of what is the known Hebraic calendar, we have had to adapt to different events, to different technologies, everything from certainly electronics to the internet, certainly computing, the internet, now AI. How does this affect us as a people? And if eventually there were some kind of event that, hey, aliens exist and we're not alone, okay, well, how does that affect me? Does that mean that I'm going to have dinner with them? Does that mean that it's going to change society? Humanity would adapt in the same way that Judaism had to adapt to the pandemic, where we weren't allowed to meet in person. We would have virtual services, virtual classes. We would adapt in the exact same way. So if that meant that we weren't available to meet in person for a period of time due to alien disclosure, we would adapt. Judaism is an adaptable religion and will continue to be an adaptable religion even after alien disclosure occurs. Now, when it does occur, does that mean people will be as religious as they once were? I see the religion itself as adapting into a more humanistic framework, especially over the course of the last few centuries. It's not as rigid as it once was. There are rigid aspects of some communities, most certainly, but in general, there's been more flexibility, and I think that flexibility will continue to occur. It's an excellent question. So, in terms of Ezekiel, we're talking specifically about Ezekiel 1. And to give some people just an understanding of what we're referencing, this is a vision. And I think personally that this could have been a vision, though other people interpret Ezekiel's wheel and his vision as a UFO or some type of UAP, which I can't counter that by necessarily saying that's not true. What Ezekiel describes is a storm cloud with fire and lightning and four living creatures, coyote. These four faces are human, lion, ox, and eagle. They have wings. There are wheels within wheels. These are known as aphanim, and a brilliant throne-like structure. And then there's a figure described as having an appearance of a human surrounded by radiance. Some modern writers interpret these details as a spacecraft or mechanical wheels, advanced technology, or non-human beings. And this interpretation has become popular in many ancient astronaut theories, especially in modern pop culture. Supporters of this ancient aliens philosophy or theory see wheels within wheels. The exact quote in Ezekiel is their appearance and their work was like unto a wheel within a wheel. And they suggest this is something like rotating machinery, propulsion systems, spacecraft components. The traditional interpretation, the wheels are the aphonim, the heavenly beings representing Hashem or God's omnipresence and movement throughout creation. There is fire and brightness. Ezekiel describes fire moving, glowing metal, flashing lightning. Ancient alien theorists compare this to engines or energy fields, advanced technology. Traditionally, we interpret this as divine revelation, perhaps some type of symbolic descriptions of spiritual reality beyond human comprehension. The idea of the living creatures. Some ancient alien theories interpret these living creatures as extraterrestrial biological beings or non human intelligences. Traditionally, mysticism interprets them perhaps as the highest order of angels or cosmic forces that sustain creation. In Kabbalah and Merkaba systems, mysticism, generally chariot mysticism, the Chayot, they are not physical creatures but spiritual entities connected to the divine throne. However, I'm going to look at this from a scientific standpoint as well. If I were an ancient individual and I had this vision, or I even really did see something in reality that I'd never seen before, some type of very advanced technology, I would not know how to describe it. And I would do my best to describe it as realistically as possible, but also I may be influenced with some of the halakha or the Jewish theology that's going on around the time, and so I'm doing my best to give a real interpretation of what I saw, in addition to that which I know, and I have a limited standpoint of this. I've certainly seen different descriptions and images of what Ezekiel's wheel looks like, and it could very much look like a spacecraft. There's no doubt about that. In reality, I don't know. I don't think anyone necessarily knows, and that's okay. That's okay to admit that we don't know. In fact, it's very brave. It's much braver, in my opinion, to say we don't know than to say it's absolutely a vision or absolutely it was a real UFO that would have been seen. From a modern speculative perspective, some people ask if intelligent life exists elsewhere in the universe, could ancient prophets have encountered something beyond their understanding? And maybe this is a version of it. And this may be the best way that a prophet may have been able to interpret something that was off world or extraterrestrial. It could go either way. And the fact that it is such a unique part of the Hebrew Bible, um, and the fact that we don't have a lot of other texts about any kind of ancient alien craft definitely leads people to want to believe. There's the idea, I want to believe, and many people want to believe this theory as well. So, from my perspective, I think it's brave to say I don't know. I don't think anyone knows. Both are potentials. It could have just been a vision. It could have been a real UFO, um, a close encounter. I would love there to be. I'd love there to be some kind of secret understanding that this exists, but unfortunately, we don't have that kind of evidence. There's no known point in Jewish history where rabbis taught that there was a galactic federation or had really contact with an interstellar alliance. That idea is more modern, but there are some clues if people want to interpret this way. So traditional Jewish thought often assumes that the universe is filled with many levels of existence. For instance, there are angels, perhaps spiritual messengers or forces. There are the holy living creatures in Ezekiel's vision. There's the Ophanim, the heavenly beings associated with the divine chariot, the Sarim, the spiritual princes or governing forces associated with nations or realms, and just worlds in general in Kabbalah, different levels of reality. So perhaps a medieval rabbi or medieval Kabbalist might say creation is not empty space, it is filled with many forms of intelligence and existence. Now, this council of this galactic federation, some Jewish texts do sometimes describe a heavenly assembly, and if so, people want to reference that within Psalm 82. There's the idea Hashem or God stands in the divine assembly. In Job 1, the sons of God or sons of Hashem appear before God or Hashem. And then also in Kings, a vision of heavenly beings surrounding God. So some ancient interpretations imagine perhaps a divine court or heavenly council. And if people want to say this is what the Galactic Federation is and was just referenced in ancient texts in as best a way as possible, then there's a potentiality of that. I would want more information regarding this, but in terms of rabbinic literature and discussions, there isn't a secret group that has some kind of connection with an off world entity aside from what I just referenced. Well, it is not considered part of direct Jewish canon, so it's not part of Tanakh or the Hebrew Bible, but it did have major influence on Judaism, specifically in the Second Temple period and into the centuries thereafter. So basically, to give people an understanding, this book is originally written in Aramaic with possibly portions with Hebrew influence, and it's later translated into Greek and perhaps Ethiopic. Um, and fragments were discovered among the Dead Sea Scrolls, which really lend, especially in the mid 20th century, much more in, an increased uh, an increased desire in what was actually in there. The book consists of generally five major sections. There's the Book of Watchers, the Book of Parables, the Astronomical Book, Dream Visions, and then the Epistle of Enoch. Enoch is within the Hebrew Bible, so it's not to say that he's not an individual. He's seen as the seventh person from Adam, so perhaps seven generations um, separated from Adam. And the idea is that there are this idea, many different ideas within it, but specifically what you referenced, the Watchers. Who are these Watchers? They are perhaps angels assigned to watch over humanity, um, and instead they rebel. They have a leader, Samjaza, and with other leaders as well. Perhaps about 200 angels descend upon Mount Hermon. And this expands on this Genesis 6 or Bereshit 6 idea that the sons of God saw the daughters of men. Enoch expands on this directly and says the angels desire human women, they marry them, and they have children, and their children become giants. And then this discussion of the Nephilim occurs, that their offspring are enormous, that they have characteristics of immense strength, insatiable hunger, violence, destruction, and eventually they consume crops, animals, humans, and chaos spreads. Also, there's the idea of the fallen angel teaches forbidden acts. So, for instance, examples include Azazel, who teaches metallurgy, swords, armor, warfare, cosmetics. Some Jaza teaches magic. Others teach writing or astrology, constellations, even poisons. The idea is not that knowledge itself is evil, but that divine knowledge was misused outside of its proper boundaries. So these are some of the takes that occur within the book of Enoch. And there's a judgment of watchers who plead with Enoch. They ask him to intercede. God refuses. Generally, though, the book of Enoch within mainstream centrist Judaism is seen as uh, perhaps apocryphal, but is not anything that uh, is is studied within our normal Talmud classes, our normal Chumash classes, or Torah or Tanakh classes. These are more, I would say, more people who have a desire from a Kabbalistic standpoint to learn more about what is perhaps going on within Judaism and just the world in general. Now, in terms of the Nephilim, which we referenced, uh, this is mentioned. And so I'd like to make the connection that the Nephilim are mentioned in Tanakh, which, for those who don't know, this is an acronym of Torah, Nevi'im, and Ketuvim, translated Torah, prophets, and writings. It's basically the Hebrew Bible that people are maybe familiar with. Now, in terms of the Nephilim, the root is Nephal, which means to fall, and the possible translations are fallen ones, those who have fallen, those who cause others to fall, violent ones, or even giants. So there's that idea as well. Now we have the idea, perhaps, um, how many times do they occur? For those who aren't familiar with the Hebrew Bible? Are they all over the place, or is it limited? It happens twice. The first in Bereshit or Genesis, um, in specifically the translation is the Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of God came to the daughters of man, and they bore children to them. These were the mighty men of old, men of renown. And that's the first time that we see this. This is the first biblical appearance of Nephilim. It appears immediately before the flood narrative. It does not explicitly define who the Nephilim are. The interpretation depends heavily on surrounding verses. And then the second occurrence occurs during in Numbers, which is the book of in the Hebrew Bible Bamidbar, which means in the wilderness. The translation is that, and there we saw the Nephilim, the sons of Anak, from the Nephilim, and we were in our own sight like grasshoppers, and so we were in their sight. Now, this is the second and final appearance that we find. It was spoken by the Israelite spies. There is a chronological tension within Bereshit or Genesis, and it's often interpreted as exaggeration and comparison. Now, the question emerges, uh, how did the Nephilim exist after the flood? Because within Genesis, there's the idea that places them before the flood, and Numbers references them after the flood, and the text does not resolve this issue. The classical explanations of this are that the spies use legendary language to describe fear. There's a comparison theory that the Anakim were compared to legendary Nephilim, and there's the descendant theory. Later groups preserve the name or reputation. From a rabbinic approach, the sons of God can be rulers or nobles, and Nephilim were the violent human elites. So they were not extraterrestrial. From a traditional rabbinic approach, this preserves strict monotheism and avoids angelic reproduction, and it focuses on human moral comparison. Now, there's the Second Temple tradition, which some ancient writings interpret sons of God as angels or Nephilim as giant offspring. This is found in Enochic literature, which we reference, and it's influential, but it's not universal within Judaism. And then moving into the book of Enoch more, um, as we previously stated, it isn't part of Tanakh. It was preserved among Dead Sea Scrolls, and it introduces this Watcher's narrative. What we really find is that the from an academic view, uh, there's likely some preservation of older mystic traditions in here. There are possibly legendary heroic figures. There are parallels that exist in Near Eastern literature, and Genesis preserves only fragments. There are other discussions that occur that many times people connect the Anunnaki. This is discussed as a divine council of figures. It's not identical to the Nephilim. This is a more Mesopotamian idea and is not referenced within the Hebrew Bible. Also, within Greek stories or Greek tradition, demigods, divine human offspring themes, no direct link necessarily to Nephilim. From a rabbinic Judaism standpoint, we emphasize that the Nephilim were of moral corruption, human responsibility, and divine judgment. There are some theories in the modern age that propose these were advanced beings of extraterrestrial origin or concepts, but these are not found in ancient Hebrew text. So, kind of to summarize, they're mentioned twice, at least within the Hebrew Bible. Perhaps this reference is to giants. Some traditions say that it's to angels, and then they have much more of a role, perhaps, within the Book of Enoch. It's an excellent question, and there are parallels there. Excellent. Well, before we do so, may I please just kind of tie up the Chaim Shed development that happened last month with an interview that he had? Yes, thank you. And also to the point that you made, I'd love to meet with you again in the future, perhaps multiple times or a series if need be. And I'd love to have these types of conversations with you. So, with that being said, I am very excited for that opportunity. Uh, in terms of Chaim Shed and what happened with him after December 2020? It's an excellent question that many people had. I had. What happened to this old man who made all of these claims? Did he just disappear? And if so, why did he disappear? So, in answer to that, yes, he did disappear. After November 2020, we didn't hear anything about him really until June of 2026, which is just serendipitous that we had this event happen just last month. And additionally, we're celebrating the 79th anniversary of Roswell this month, which is serendipitous as well. And specifically, this event happened on June 10th, 2026. Chaim Eshed met with Uri Geller, For those who don't know, Uri Geller is also an Israeli. Uh, Many people have associated him with the supernatural and his delving into that. But he's a recognizable Israeli who interviewed Chaim Eshed and address public inquiry. And for those who may want this information and don't speak Hebrew or don't have a translation, this interview was in English, which is helpful. And Geller opens by acknowledging that they've had thousands of inquiries regarding Eshed's multi year silence following his controversial 2020 revelations. And I gotta say, what I had suspected happened potentially did, that there was a Men in Black encounter. Eshed attributes his withdrawal to a visit from mysterious, untraceable figures at his apartment. These individuals demonstrated intimate personal knowledge of his life and questioned him on sensitive topics, including nuclear physics. Eshed chose to cease public discourse on the subject following this encounter until he consulted with others, including Geller, which is absolutely fascinating that perhaps he was threatened, um, perhaps he um, just felt more comfortable uh, staying quiet. But then there's an interesting aspect. Now, at 87, he went quiet, and now at 93, he feels comfortable to come back and talk about all this. One of the things that I found very interesting with his discussion with Uri Geller is that he doesn't take any step backs on what he stated. He still believes that there's a galactic federation. He doubles down on it, which I find to be of extreme interest as well, because he could have very easily said, "Oh, my words were being misinterpreted," or that this all got out of control, or that there were mistranslations of my book or of my interview. That's not what I meant. But he doesn't do that at all. He doubles down on it and says that he was potentially threatened. And with that, perhaps the next time we meet, there will be other developments. He is 93 years old, so perhaps he is moving towards the latter stages of his life. But from the interview that he does, he still seems of his sound mind and speaks very good English as well. So for anyone who wants to see that directly, I recommend looking up Uri Geller and Chaim Eshed's interview. With that being said, yes, I do stream my life 24/7, 365 for world peace. And I'm really excited to be able to talk about what I do and why I do it. This is essentially a Truman Show or a Big Brother. It's a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement and human existence. I started this during the pandemic when my role, in addition to being a rabbi, I'm a certified project management professional. I'm an app developer. I've successfully launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, and been a Scrum Master, worked with development teams and software. And my position went from going into work every day in a suit and tie to being remote. And so I went from someone who was going to synagogue 3 times a day and black hat, black suit, all of that, to now living this digital world or and having some type of social media footprint. And my days went from being on camera from 0 hours a day to anywhere between 8 hours for work and another 2 or 3 or 4 for different services that and classes that I was taking, and eventually became, I would say, much more comfortable on camera than I was previously. And my anxiety of being on camera so much was really lessened. That I had the opportunity to basically have more than half of my day already on camera. And I felt like I'm not doing anything that's so secretive, that why not just give people access to the other part of my day? And I had seen the Truman Show and the television show Big Brother, and I thought, you know what? This was always something that had been hypothesized that something like this may occur. What if I do it, but instead of it being against my consent or with no consent in the case of Truman Burbank in the Truman Show, I give my consent? And what would happen with that alongside my knowledge of software and just information technology? I had learned that data in 2017 had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, according to The Economist, which always stuck out in my mind that data could have a major impact on society. And this could potentially be a really great opportunity to give myself a platform to be able to promote positivity, to be able to promote world peace, to be able to promote ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. These are all things that I'd like to see over the course of the next generation or two, and certainly into the coming centuries, to be able to eradicate world hunger, to be able to eradicate world thirst using technologies like the digging of wells or the kind of process known as desalination technology. And I thought, you know what, if I am already so comfortable being on camera, why not only stream what I do, but archive it for people in the future? I started streaming in fall of 2021, though before then I was archiving my life on just aspects of my life specifically. This all started, I wanted to see what my golf swing looked like. And so I'd make little jokes to myself and I'd upload those videos to the cloud, not public by any means, for my potential future family, God willing, one day to be able to see what their dear old dad was like before he had met their mother, before they were even a gleam in my eye, and to see a little aspect of what life was like during the pandemic. And that was taking me a long time, just from downloading the information, re uploading the information. I thought there's got to be a better way. And there is. It's streaming. And so in fall of 2021, I created my first YouTube account, my first Twitch account, and many of the other social media platforms, and very quickly recognized that if I want to do this 24-hour day undertaking, I need to do it on more than just one device. I need to have redundant streams. I need to have backups because app crashes disconnects happen, and all of the other technological issues that occur. So what I ended up doing was buying over 33 different devices, everything from laptops to Chromebooks to tablets, iPhones, Android devices, you name it, and giving myself the opportunity to put cameras all around myself, which I think is really interesting. And I'll show people when they want to view what my life is like. You can literally go back for the last more than 4 years, nearly 5 years, and watch most every second of every moment of my life. And the way that you can do this is by typing into YouTube Rabbi Rothschild and filtering by live. And for anyone who has the opportunity to do that, what you will see is more data than you've ever seen of any individual ever. So what we have here, we type Rabbi Rothschild, and the key is we want to filter by live. And when we do that, you're going to see more cameras than you've ever seen on an individual ever from all different angles. We have side angles, we have ceiling cameras, we have uh, side, certainly straight on cameras, whatever you want to view or however you want to view me, you have the opportunity. And this, I think, is a really interesting opportunity, perhaps for AI to be able to study humanity from multiple angles. And I recognize that I was doing this project over a year before large language models became even known in mainstream society. I was an early adopter of ChatGPT in November of 2022 and a user in November 30th, 2022 when it launched. So I've been able to see the birth or in its own way, the birth of AI from a public standpoint that's really taken over our daily lives. I've been able to see the launches of certainly Gemini and Claude and Perplexity and Grok, you name it, and how they've improved. I've been able to see the transition of when you were able to very easily jailbreak ChatGPT to now that it's much more closed off system. We've been able to tell the story not just of my life, but also the birth of AI, which I think is really interesting. Moreover, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, I keep a radio on in the background. So you literally can go back to any moment of my life over the course of the last more than 4 years, almost 5 years, and know what was going on in world history. And I feel this is going to be very interesting for the people of the future to be able to study from a timeline or time capsule type of medium. It's essentially in a previous generation, I would have been a journalist, someone who writes in a journal, or a diarist, someone who writes in a diary, but I just use video as a way to capture this information. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. We've seen Olympic Games and World Cups and every kind of sporting event. We've watched most every kind of movie and film and documentary out there, listened to every major album of every major artist. This is really a compendium of human existence. And not only am I telling the story of my life, not only are we telling world history, but it's an opportunity for AI to be able to learn about human behavior, to be able to learn about eating habits, sleeping habits, certainly circadian rhythms, the human psyche. I think it's very interesting as well that we'll be able to study micro behaviors, especially because I have so many different angles, cameras from so many different angles to be able to study humanity. And I think another really interesting aspect of this is that which we can't even predict yet. Once the ability for AI to be able to timestamp every single video that I have and to put it in all the major languages that we have, what can we learn from this? And perhaps we'll be able to zoom in. We'll be able to enhance the quality. We'll be able to enhance the sound. Everything will be translated. It's essentially a modern day uh, Bible. It's been described. I'm not comparing it with that, but in its own way that the Bible tells the story of the Jewish people, this stream tells the story of my life within Judaism, and I do my best to be as open to people. So for anyone out there who is like, well, I can watch your life and that's cool, but I want to communicate with you. You can do so 24 hours a day in my Discord, which is discord.me/rabbi. I have people who live alongside me who have been inspired by this journey that we're on, who now stream their own lives in there. So I'm not alone in this endeavor. I've been going for more than 1,700 days. This is a huge amount of data that will eventually be discovered by the masses. I will go viral. And when I do, I want to give back to all the people who have helped me along the way. I want to push for disclosure. I talk about futurism in ways that many people haven't heard before. Things like anti gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication. Certainly, things like terraforming of other planets, space elevators, space tourism, a Bering Strait tunnel, clearing of the Darien Gap, a Gibraltar Bridge, perhaps, the idea of a transatlantic tunnel, connecting people, universal translators, artificial general intelligence, certainly artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence, teleportation, telekinesis, telepathy. I talk about things like Santa Claus machines, which are basically replicators. Think of a 3D printer that's not just connected to plastic, but all of the different elements in the periodic table that can make whatever you want. I talk about things like de extinction. Many people don't know this, but the first successful de extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which is a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They made recent headlines with their direwolf hybrids. Following their that project, they want to uh, really reintroduce the um, the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle within the next 2 years, which will, to me, I don't know why more people aren't talking about such a scientific innovation. They want to do this using Asian elephant surrogates. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. These are fascinating topics that you're not going to hear everywhere else. Moreover, I talk about life extension technology. When we were born, the average life expectancy for you and most of the audience was probably about age 80 or something, but we're moving into a new generation where we may be living to age 100, 120, perhaps longer, perhaps being able to reverse age, utilize types of technologies like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, peptides, nootropics, cold shock therapy, testosterone replacement therapy, you name it, we're going to be living longer. At least people on Earth are going to be living longer. We have the discussion of certainly transhumanism and perhaps revivification technology, and moving into the idea of mind uploading technology, where with someone's consent, and I say this is all with someone's consent, but if they want, you may in the future be able to scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download. As an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you and saying to the audience is that we are on the precipice of something major here, perhaps the idea of a digital immortality. These are just some of the topics that we talk about in addition to the push for alien disclosure and the Galactic Federation and all of the things that we covered. I find this to be a fascinating project that to which I've dedicated my life, and it's just a matter of time. I want to do this for the rest of my life. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far east as the desert and mountains, as far west as the Pacific Ocean. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, in Los Angeles, in Disneyland, really everywhere in Southern California. And I'd like to take this project to the world. I'd like to give people eventually a first person view of what a human life is like for as long as I can live. And I think people will be able to study this, learn more that we have much more that unifies us than that which divides us, that we may not be alone in the cosmos to try to answer the big questions that exist. And my life is a dedication to that. So if anybody's looking, how can you find me? As I showed previously, Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube filtered by live. You'll see more content there than you've ever seen of any creator ever. I can say that bar none. Moreover, I have more social media than any person ever. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more social media than any person ever. This is going to be a treasure trove for the future of humanity to be able to study. Moreover, I write regularly, so you can find my writings at rabbirothschild.medium.com. I don't just write on religious topics, I write on certainly justice topics, social justice, technological topics, whatever it is that I find of interest and other people find of interest, I'm writing about it. So I'm always creating content, and it's just a matter of time until enough people hear about what I do and this project. It's going to go viral in its own way. It may be one of the biggest events in global history. And when that occurs, God willing, we're going to push the disclosure aspect of it as well. So, with that, I want to thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. And we will consider this part one of perhaps future parts in the future where we will connect and talk about all of those things that you referenced earlier. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I want to thank you and I want to thank your audience. Excellent. You as well. Do you mind if I send you my relevant websites that you could put in the description? I'd sincerely appreciate that. Absolutely. And then we'll let a little bit of time go and then we'll reconnect and schedule something else. Okay. Excellent. Thank you for the opportunity. You're a wonderful interviewer. Take care. Absolutely. How did it go? I thought it went well. Really? Yeah. What'd you think of him? He's a really nice person. Very smart. Very smart. Impressively smart. So, Jax, if you hear me, I think you're an impressive individual. Impressively smart. Are you happy with the way it went? Absolutely. It could have been much more challenging. He could have he stuck to what he wanted to reference, which I felt was important and helpful for me. Was that good? Yeah. And for anybody who's watching this, it's like, do you always talk to yourself afterward? No. Um, I, or well, I do my best to, but you'll hear it. Anybody watching this should, I don't know what to talk about. But I brief myself on these things because I feel it's important to be able to hear what I'm doing, to learn. What would I have done better? There's always something you could always do better in anything. So what would it be? Um, I probably would have studied up a little bit more, but it's not like I didn't know what I was looking for. So that's good. But it's just it's a large amount of information to learn. So, are you happy? Yeah. Are you happy with it? Yeah. Could it have gone better? Um, I don't know what it was, but like there were parts where I couldn't really hear what he was saying. It's just that one part, I don't know if it was my internet or what, probably. I gotta say, I he was really great. He really think he's a good teacher. Yeah, he's really smart. He knows the topics well that we're referencing. And is there anything you would have wanted to do? Talk about more? How about that? He might ask the question. What didn't we talk about? We talked about himself. And I went into that, so that was cool. And it was cool that he let me share my screen and all my different streams. Are you happy? Yeah, dog. Um, now I've got 2 interviews tomorrow. I'm not. I lack the confidence that I should have in them. But there are 2 topics that one I should be fine. It's whether the guy thinks I'm professional future. The other one is on climate, and that one's just because I don't know. That's such a big topic. It could be so many different things. I wish it could have been like I'm an expert about these that's a difficult one. And I feel like kind of almost blew it because I was like, what is it about? Are you happy it's over? Those are. What would you say? You were never someone who ever thought you'd be doing a podcast circuit, not like this. But you listen to podcasts almost exclusively. Like you don't watch TV. What's the last TV show you watched? I mean, maybe I can stream something, but like to actually turn on the TV, it just doesn't happen. Why? It was complicated. Um, um, are you happy with how it went? Yeah. Do you think he was a nice person? Yeah. Do you think he was a good interview? Yeah. Could it have gone any better? I just want to know. But he seemed to be happy. Would you? We gotta see how this Oh, I know what I'm gonna change. I didn't mention my milkshake. So that is something I would have mentioned. That's a good thing. Dude, there's a lot to she's done like a person well, my neighbors at one time were there's no way behind to the left and the right and across the street. They all went to Harvard. And actually the neighbors I knew best, both the husband and the wife. So I had four, basically I was surrounded by everything. And this lady who lived next door, she had these daughters. And I didn't ever really know anything about them, but they were really cute. And the lady was pretty cute. And so next door to them, there was this other person. He had like two daughters right around my age. And I don't want to say I had a huge crush on her, crush on the next door girl, but I can remember, I still think of it, that those girls came over to my house and rang the doorbell. They had such courage and asked me to play. Boys and girls were supposed to be separate. And it was not really just. But I just remember how much courage it took these girls to come ask me to play. And it would be years later, and she would grow up, she'd become really beautiful. I don't know her name to this day. Never knew her name, never knew her sister's name. But I just remember they were so nice, and I just remember being like, when you're traditional, when you're little kids, you can play sports, but then you start to get to be in middle school and stuff. I think my parents knew where my mind was going to go. I was in with Would you? Which one? I just remember how brave they were. And I don't really ever remember playing with them. They just lived like 100 feet away. I was always crazy. Anyway, I think about that shit. What would have happened if I was allowed to play with them? That one day. Really? Why? Why aren't you allowed to play with them? Oh, I think you're such a phenomenal real but I don't ever remember seeing my mom. I'm sure I saw them on the news one time. But she didn't see my mom. But I remember the two girls were very cute. Two little kids. I remember this one time I was in the car and my friend saw me and he was like, whoa. I was like, I know. She's been here for super hot. My friend said, I remember what would have ended up happening? Like, give your parents some time. I would have ended up getting really close to Portugal. And still pretty much something. Really? Yeah. Which one? They, one girl, I think they were the same age. And then she had a sister who was like a year younger than her. They were both when it, like they probably got some of the things, but when you see some, it just seemed like they had this beautiful existence. I'll never forget the flag they had. They had one of those like flags that they put out every Sunday, and they were beautiful. They just seemed like they had everything was put together. And I'm sure they had their own stuff. I don't remember their programs, even though we lived. They were always doing stuff. And they waved to me, and I was just like, we're gonna hook up. If we hang out, we're gonna hook up. Yeah. They waved to me. They'd always be playing jump rope or hopscotch. They had chalk. They were always in the drive. They'd be playing basketball. I remember the girl would play basketball. I'd be like, I'm playing basketball. I want to play basketball. And I remember even like she didn't play basketball, and then like as she got older, she played basketball. She played with her sister, and why? Because I would have ended up hooking up with those chicks. So it's hard for me. They were so nice. I just remember they'd be like, you guys know that I'm not allowed to hang out with you, you're still nice to me. And they were beautiful. I mean, for a little kid, I kind of remember like little outfits, but I haven't seen them in 25 years. But, I'm sure they became beautiful. And the girl lived next door, there were two girls who lived next. There were two houses. There were like four girls, all of my girls. And I remember this one, I thought she was the pretty one. She had a single mom who was a Harvard lawyer, and she was. I never got to know this girl's name. I remember one time they got locked out of their house for some reason. I don't know why. They were just hanging out in their car in the driveway, which never was. And my parents were home. And I put on this Adidas tracksuit. I had this black and Adidas tracksuit. And I went and we had like this flower bed that was like tiered, like stairs. And I just went there and sat there. And I wanted these girls to see what I and it was outside my window. I could see, but I could never like. I would always be trying to look and see what this girl looked like because she just seemed so beautiful. But I couldn't help it. And like to this day, I have no idea. Like it was like in Home Improvement where there was always something black and something was and the people next door, they both went to Harvard, and I think he was an engineer. Yeah, Harvard. Where? Next door. I think across the street is a Harvard doctor. I don't remember exactly. And then next door was a Harvard engineer, and his wife was in television. And I was just like, that was so cool. And I remember, I want to say she had the guy across the street in Harvard, they eventually had a baby. And people next door, I want to say I was at their baby shower. It was like the first baby shower I ever had. And but maybe she wasn't. I want to say she. I want to say she was the one who got pregnant, but maybe she was having a baby shower for someone else. I don't know. But I was surrounded by people at the Harvard Knights doing it. It was just great. Yeah. And I think about these girls. I think about their flag. I think about them playing basketball. I think about them just being in their driveway. They were always doing so. They're always so nice to them. And I still think about it. I hope they're doing. I'm sure those girls are successful. Why are you sure that those girls are successful? They have some privilege. Is there anything you would say to them? I just would thank them for being so nice. The way I'll never forget looking down the stairs and seeing those girls there, and they just kind of seeing me there. And I wanted to play with them. What was the excuse that I could do? I had to step. I remember. I think because he used to step. So, it was just like this time in my life where I didn't have any worries. I shouldn't say it. I don't know. The one time I didn't feel like I had worries was ever since 8. I felt so good. What do you think about? Speaking of the Beatles, what do you think about it? They would have been. They would have been the biggest instrumental player. Like really, really big. Yeah, they can get much. I was going to much like you're going to anything. Fights and cars and all kinds of crazy Who did that? Just tight. Was that a good interview that you had? Even though they just seem like such a cool like guy who just want to share things. My life is not easy sometimes. It doesn't seem like that. I'm always in my studies, taking pressure. They just seem like they seem to very happy and comfortable things that just do it just they would just be on the computer and Did you ever get to see him grown up? I didn't get to see the beauty queen.
hilarious. And she said something funny afterwards. Try again. It's fun. You'll see what happens in action. She's a fucking little slime. I did say, hey, I don't like your own personalities. That's not how it works. She goes live. It says solo sign up with an opportunity to perhaps in 60 seconds on the stage while I fucking dog lives. While we were running all the first Canadian edition in 60 seconds, there's like this over here sign in. That's all we had. And then we needed to get talking about everything that we had. So what my face that interesting, what might be funny or if you talk about normal things that you're probably seeing that happening is start to tell the show. Starting every episode the last few weeks. It's an absolute fucking sensation. A local icon, a comics comic, and also a dance comic. An absolute freak of nature, a bundle of energy, a power source. He literally is like a solar panel. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the great and powerful 60-second sign up from Casey Rothschild. Nights like this, I wish I was still covered in blood. Sex, casual, and anonymous. No strings attached. Is she checking positive? Oh no. Is she gonna try to steal my wallet? Yeah. Is it a decoy wallet? Oh hell yeah. I'll take it all day. Pleasure's all mine, Tony. Happy to be here in the 21st district of Austin today. Some people call him a lot of things. Review on Stardust. It's one free strokes for reference, folks. Casey is that like blow your cover and 2 years sober, right? What happens if you step inside the church? All of the regulars, this is where anything can happen. It's something I've never seen in the history of the show. It's the worst. You're a genius. You're insane. You're a 20-year veteran. Maybe it's their first time. First fucking one of the night. 60 seconds uninterrupted. It's like sage. You were on the show there, correct? How long you been doing stand-up? 13 motherfucking years. I love that. I love that people that have been doing it that long sign up for the show. You come here, you fucking flex, you showcase your goddamn skills, and now we get you right here. Absolutely right. In the mix. How do you make just from stand-up? Oh, wow. You're good. Nice to hear. Jumping out of planes. So, but sometimes you can jump out of an airplane. Mexican people jumping on the old jumping. You know what I mean? I haven't seen this before. There are. We have them doing.
As I figured, if even like they did have okay, they were good. They're working on it. Very nice to see. Very, very nice to see. Very, very nice.
That's a good one, though. I mean, one of the good ones. Join the army. What else would we be supposed to know about you and your life? Just not I'm so sorry. On 97 and a 75. What was like your routine? Where was it?
Are you fucking serious?
Say to my mind 3 times, while the juice shows up my door. This is an incredible man. How many times have you done it?
I did it like 5 times. It was amazing. I felt so like last time I tried it. I tried it. Oh, it feels so powerful. I was like, oh, now I get it. Now that's feeling. So I'm trying to make it.
Has anyone ever told you that you're like a Frederick Douglass or Frederick? Stand-up people. So, Pamela, what do you do for a living? How do you make money? Registered nurse. His first paper. It's like the ultimate fail. So,
when I was 7 years old. Wow. I wear my scarf in college, so I love it. I like to go to the beach and swim and
you have to swim.
I love to swim. Yeah.
Swimming makes
Makes me feel free. You feel, there's no gravity. You just feel the thoughts of
What else? Tell me something interesting. Are you swimming? Pass the test on your release. So now you've been doing it, say, 4 years. What do you make a living doing it? How do you provide for yourself? Was it grandma? How did she die? She was just able to see it at the time. I was like, oh, it's like, she's having this year. It's pretty good. That's not bad. Was there like a Jesus Christ? That's my mom took it. So, it's nice for you. Touche, touche. Yeah. Alright, so what do you do for fun? So what do you do for fun? You've been signing up a lot. We haven't seen you in a So we haven't gotten you on since the first episode of Austin, Texas, which is well over 3 years ago. And you've been signing up continuously. I was just telling Ruben the other night that William signed up I think it was a year or something crazy. Continuously never once got up. And then after a year, all the thing about the know is the record for listening is all time on the shows. What's the late night fucking message on your toast? Exercise? What's the most real shit that you do? That's pretty difficult. What's wrong with your leg? Anything else that we should know about you before So what made you go out as God? How does this happen exactly? Yes, of course. How's the bisexuality looking? You want an app or something like that? I don't know if it's good or So you this entire picture where you would be described as a bear, is that correct? This is what it's like. So, pansexual, I don't know what that is. So what do you mean by pansexual? Explain that to us. What about the kids? It's basically it's not a package, it's what's inside. Yes. Mountains of innocent humans. Extremely interesting. How long of a set do you think you required in your 4 years of being a student? 45 minutes. 45 minutes. Where are you originally from? I'm from Where he's from? Yes. Interesting. You know what, JP? I find your story to be so incredibly compelling. What part of LA are you originally from? All over Los Angeles. And meanwhile, on May 10th, we will be at the Kia Fort Forum. Have you heard of this arena, the world's famous arena? How would you like to do a minute at the forum? Is mom still alive? She's in Austin? I was gonna have you invite her out to the show. I guess all the grandmas are gonna be watching it before it's been forward. And also now we're having a conversation. On social media. What's up with us back then? There he goes. Signing up every single week to going back to where he started his life in Los Angeles, performing in an arena, only under the mission that he would succeed. Same time. Ladies and gentlemen, as you see, James and featured on this show, and none bigger than the one that you're about to see, absolute force of nature, one of our regulars, writes reports that you did every single week. I present to you free. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the one and only Kim Patterson. Welcome to the show. It's your first time, right? Yes. Since the last time he went on the show, I had him just respond something to me and show his friends and kill. And then I invited him on the road, and I mean, I don't know why I was surprised with the level of intensity and giant numbers of so incredible that we had back and again, Stephen Knight, part of this rolling crew, tell these people what it's like doing sold out theaters around the world with me. That's you, Todd. Can you describe a little bit better? I mean, you gotta take so much time and make jokes to the joke. It is 2,000 people. Every time, and it's great, man. It's fun. We have fun on the road, great jokes. Always, always camp shit every day. We also roast you a lot. Everybody's after the right to Franklin and Pittsburgh this past weekend, and we stopped off in Youngstown, Ohio, which is probably pretty important to do with my mom's house. Fun fact though, I told my mom that who else was with us? It was Cody, Steve Raj, Cam's dad. But I told David to wait in the car for 5 minutes, and after she let everybody in, I tell her that David was there. Youngstown pizza, Galleria, Uptown pizza, it's really fun. It's Campbell's ice cream, which is famous for that. Jolly back into that. It's a shame because I was trying to get Cat Williams on this episode this week, but he obviously had good news to do. Cat Williams would have said that he wanted to do this one. Can't even talk all of it. Tell us more about this marriage. Tell us about the marriage. It was one of those things that started out with thought that it was someone who was amazing and passionate and driven. And so I said to myself, for the first night of slaves, no one else would be intense. Of course, it was. How long was the marriage? 12 years. So intense, of course. Yeah, just pictures of his marriage were very passionate, very true. To see that she's passionate, give us some type of example of how she's passionate. What do you mean, in a picture? Yes, okay. What if this English, Chinese from China? Comes out, she was really strong on this entire walk. Yes. She from China? Yes. Did you just have a box? She's from Chinese family in Washington. Wow. So, marriage ended up being this general so-so. So tell us more about this conspiracy dish. What else would you do? What else? What was like the where did you draw the line exactly? Where did you make your line? Tons of fun.